All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the April 9th, 2026 meeting of the Olentangy Board of Education. I'll call this meeting to order. Mr. Jenkins, please call the roll.
Mr. Lester?
Here.
Dr. Dabrico?
Here.
Dr. Wallach?
Here.
Ms. Schreiber?
Here.
Mr. Rellinger?
Here.
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't believe we have any amendments to the agenda, so I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none. Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Dabrico?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Ms. Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Rellinger?
Yes.
All right, so time for the President's Report. So it is always such a joy to have so many people come to our board meetings. We really appreciate you all being here, especially our guests this evening, who we'll hear from here in just a couple of minutes for the first presentation. So just to all of you, I will say, we're really excited to hear from you. So I know it's a big room. I know there's a lot of people. Don't be nervous. You guys will all do great, and we're really looking forward to it. We have a lot. Our last regular board meeting was a month ago, so we have a lot of business to get through. So I will keep my board president's report as short as I can for me. I tend to ramble a little bit, so I will keep it as, and everybody's like, yeah, I know. But at our last regular board meeting, the last couple of meetings, we talked that our longtime board member, Kevin O'Brien, resigned after many, many years on the board. And that set off a furious rally of special board meetings. So we've been here a lot, even if the community hasn't been here as much. But we've had a lot of special board meetings over the past month to solicit applications, to review those applications, to do interviews and deliberate and make decisions on who our next board member will be to serve out the rest of Mr. O'Brien's term. And spoiler alert, at our special meeting on March 26th, we selected Mr. Brad Rellinger, who is here serving in his first official meeting as our new board member. We had really a lot of incredibly qualified candidates that came forward, and we really appreciate everybody in the community who puts themselves out there. It's no easy thing to offer yourself for public service. It can be a very tough thing, so we appreciate that. Mr. Rellinger and his wife, Kim, have been in the district for 10 years. They have a middle school and an elementary school student. He has a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, as well as a Master's of Education in Classroom Technology. He's been working in his professional career in a few roles, but for quite a while now as the Chief Technology Officer for the Northern Buckeye Education Council, which is a council of governments of 30-plus public school districts and educational service centers and career centers that really is focused on trying to support the public education needs of a broad variety of these public school districts up in the northwestern part of the state. So he brings a lot of educational knowledge and another background, and more than anything else, just sort of a calm, thoughtful, caring, supportive, approach to public service, which stood out. And in the past couple of weeks, we've had a lot of meetings already just to get him up to speed on everything, and I've been just incredibly impressed by his willingness to jump right in and do the work. So, Brad, we're very excited to welcome you here.
Thank you.
We're welcoming you with a whole lot of stuff to do in your first meeting, but we're excited to have you here and to fill out the rest of Mr. O'Brien's term, and then we'll see what happens after that. Are there any words that you'd like to share?
I'll just reiterate, this is a humbling experience, and I'm very grateful to the time that you guys took as a board to really think this through, and humbled that you chose me, and just the trust that you've already given me in this position, and the administration that's welcoming aboard is. I appreciate that. It's been a warm welcome, and there is a lot to do, and I'm excited to get started, and I just appreciate your trust and the trust of the community.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and I want to give a special thanks to my fellow board members who put in a lot of time and energy and care to this process, and to every member of the district team that helped us out, especially Dustin, who spent a lot of time here while we were having our special meeting. So we appreciate you all. All right, that was about as quick as I could make it, which is good. I know we have a couple. We've had the policy committee since then. So do you want to talk?
We just met earlier this week. Those will not be at this meeting, but I believe the next meeting will have the first reading. And so, as always, there's a first reading, and then there's opportunities for the community or staff or whomever to weigh in on those policies. And then, based on that feedback, we might change things. And if there's not any substantial feedback, we adopt them at the next one after that. So that's how the policies work for adoption. So as always, the policy committee is open to anybody who would like to join us. I know a few students have reached out. So if anyone would like to join us, I'm more than happy to impart our process and any other questions that students may have about policy making. That's kind of my jam. So I appreciate the interest.
That's great. Has facilities met? Nope.
No.
Okay, so we're good there. Any OSBA updates?
Not right now.
And then mental health will be meeting next week, so we'll have some more committee updates in the next one. Okay, all right, so now we're moving to our only presentation of the night, which we are very, very excited about, the Olentangy School Special Olympics. So Ms. Gardner, over there, yeah, there you are, and ready to kick it off.
Hello, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Fran Gardner, and I am a district parent, resident since 2005, a parent of the district since 2006, and I have one left to graduate. She is a junior at Liberty High School. So I'm very proud to be the local coordinator for our Olentangy Special Olympics Storm team. I work for the district as well. I started as a parent mentor for the district in pupil services back in 2012. So very familiar with the district, but my role for Special Olympics is sports related. I love sports. I love playing sports when I was younger, watching sports, coaching sports, getting other people involved in sports. I will drive by Liberty Park and stop and watch a game just because I like it so much. Sports teach us so much about life, more than just actually winning or actually playing the sport. We learn to win with grace. We learn to lose with dignity. We work on our teamwork and our communication, which is really important for Special Olympics athletes. To work on that communication, how do they communicate? Sometimes it's not verbally with each other. So definitely that teamwork and communication, you learn how to problem solve. When an issue comes up during a game, during a meet, how to solve that problem, and you work on your time management. How can you get to practice and still do all your schoolwork and everything else that life has to offer with that? So I was very excited to bring Special Olympics to Olentangy schools for those reasons. The mission is up there on that first slide, but it talks about giving adults and children with intellectual disabilities continuing opportunities to develop their physical fitness, demonstrate courage, experience joy, and participate in a sharing of their gifts, skills, and friendship with their families, other Special Olympics athletes, and the community. It's really tough to get out into the community and get other people to buy in and be excited about Special Olympics. I got involved in Special Olympics when my son Evan was involved for a few years back in 2012 through 2015. I volunteered there. I really got involved with that through Delaware County. Then I was asked to join a committee of parents in late 2018 to bring a program to Olentangy schools. I was very excited to do that. And then, so we officially formed in the spring of 2019. We had about 20 track athletes and about 5 gymnastic athletes that year. And then in the fall, we were able to do flag football, unified soccer, skills basketball, team basketball, cheerleading, swimming, and bowling. And then the pandemic happened and we got shut down. We were shut down for the rest of 2020 and most of 2021. And the former local coordinator moved on, and I was asked to join and be the local coordinator. And I said, I will do this, but I'm going to do it my way. I'm going in full steam. We're going to make this program grow. I didn't know what I was in for. When I started in August of 2021 as the local coordinator, we had about 35 athletes then, and the program today, we have about 170 athletes. We started with 10 sports. We're up to 13 sports, and I made it my goal of every year to add a sport every year going forward, doing that. It was very important to me to get volunteers out there. And so we have about 120 potential volunteers on our pool list. And then I wanted to start a peer volunteer program. I firmly believe that kids learn better from their peer group than from an old lady like me running around on a field with them. And so I wanted to get their peers out there with them, helping them learn. It's been amazing to see that. And there's a benefit to the peer as well as to the athlete when they go out there. So here's a list of our calendar of sports right now. We do golf in the summertime, soccer, and new this year, we're going to add cornhole this fall. And flag football are our fall sports. Flag football is a clinic we do at Orange High School. So little shout out here, we're going to take a little credit for that state title because I think, just a little. I think having those athletes out there working with us once a week helped them and unified them as a team. So I didn't run that by Coach Schroeder, but we're going to take a little credit for that.
It will be reflected in the minutes.
Yeah. And then in the winter, we do team basketball, skills basketball, cheerleading, and swimming. Our team basketball program participated in a state tournament years ago and got 4th place out of the state for all school area teams. We decided that competition wasn't for us, so I created a Central Ohio basketball league where our teams play against other Special Olympics programs around the state, around Central Ohio, I mean. We play home games, away games, and we just develop our skills that way. It's a better way to introduce more kids to the sport of basketball and have that competition out there. And then in the spring, we do bowling, track and field, gymnastics, powerlifting, and new this year, bocce ball. We had our first bocce practice on Tuesday. Our bocce coach is out here, Coach Morma. Aiden is a bocce player with us. So, we're hoping that sport takes off and that they really like that one. In 2023 is when we introduce golf. In 2024, we introduce powerlifting. And then in 2025, we talked about adding softball or volleyball. That didn't quite get off the ground. And then 2026, we're adding bocce and cornhole. In 2027, we're going to add pickleball to the list of sports offered for us. So I am considered the local coordinator for Special Olympics. So that entails arranging the schedules, managing the athletes, the coaches, the volunteers, and the supplies for each sport. Keeping the medical records for the athletes all up to date with Special Olympics Ohio. So I have to report to you guys as Olentangy schools, and then I also have to report to Special Olympics Ohio and follow those rules there. So it's kind of trying to stay in line with everything, stay accredited with the district. That's an annual process, and with Special Olympics Ohio, that happens every 2 years. Athlete medical records are good for every 3 years. And those are pretty detailed athlete medical records. We have some pretty involved kiddos, athletes, so we need to make sure that those medical records are kept up to date. And then I want to grow our program by adding sports, adding athletes, adding volunteers, and experiences that we can do. When I started my job as a parent mentor, you hear this word all the time about inclusion. But I think inclusion is very important, but it has to be meaningful inclusion. It has to mean something for both parties for that to be inclusion. So I wanted to mimic a varsity athlete experience in our high schools. The athletes have an opportunity to earn a varsity letter for their school. They're in the yearbooks. We have spirit wear. We have a logo and a mascot, thanks to the district. And we do pictures. We want to get into the middle school yearbooks going forward. And the athletes have an opportunity to earn a high school seal, one of their seals for graduation. I'm working on trying to get their PE credit covered, but that'll come down the line. But when I started, it was important to start that peer volunteer program. We started in the fall of 2021, we played unified soccer. There's 3 peers out on the field along with 5 Special Olympics athletes to play unified soccer. And we said, day one of soccer, every athlete is going to score a goal this year. And it took until the very last game. Do you remember the last game? Yeah. And we had one athlete, his name's Brian, and he had not scored a goal yet. And every athlete, every peer volunteer was feeding the ball to Brian and saying his name. We parked him right in front of the goal. And he scored. And all the cameras were out. I'm going to tear up now just thinking about it. But all the parents along the sidelines were crying. It was so meaningful to have that experience. And I had other programs coming up to me and other coaches and saying, it's great that you have peers out there with the kids, because all the other programs use adults for that. And then I already talked about Orange High School, so I won't talk about that again. But I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to hear from some of our athletes and our peer volunteers and our coaches to hear what their experience is like with Special Olympics. So first up, we have Mr. Aiden Clegg.
Thank you. Hi. Hi. I'm 18. I go to art. For June, I play baseball, soccer, to art, and food. And my passport is basketball. I like shoot, see,
Three-pointers?
and Ralph.
Aiden is a guest ref at our games. He usually refs the fourth quarter. We don't get calls in our favor, though.
Stop it. I'm on myself.
Okay.
Why are you? Oh, 8 last. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My best time was good and 1, 2, Ryan with Ryan. In the 108 last year's 6 games, Ryan was first and I give him a big hug. I look big and strong, playing with my friends, my guys. join on my team. 8. We have great coaches and Aiden.
Good job.
Thank you.
Aiden did the 100-meter dash at last year's state summer games, and he and Ryan came in first and second. Ryan got first, Aiden got second, and there's a picture on our Instagram feed. We didn't think to pull it up here for you guys to see, but they hugged after the finish line. And it made the Special Olympics feeds, it made everything, and it was really neat to see that. Our next athlete is Elin Bach.
Sure. Okay. My name's Elin. I play soccer, basketball, and track. Things that I love have made so many friends through storm. My most favorite thing is doing the Cupid Shuffle at halftime of the basketball games with friends.
Very good.
Thanks.
And I wanted to introduce Jack Young. Jack is a senior at Olentangy High School. He always says the original. And he is one of our peer volunteers.
How's it going? I am Jack Young. I'm a senior at the Olentangy High School. For the past 3 years, I had the privilege of coaching our Special Olympics skills and team basketball team. As a coach, my favorite memories were never found really on the scoreboard. They happen when I see another athlete sacrifice their own moment to celebrate a team's accomplishment. Whether it's another teammate making a shot, a great defensive play, seeing that level of joy from someone is a lesson in character that we all could learn from. On a personal level, these athletes the last 3 years have been my support system. We all have difficult days, but I found that no matter what is going on in my life, walking into practice changes everything. These kids have a way of cheering me up. It isn't about what I'm teaching them, it's about what they're teaching me. I love Special Olympics because it provides a platform for students who are overlooked every day in school. It gives them a spotlight that they deserve. Even if it's a few hours, they are just stars in my eyes. Thank you.
And last but never least is Emily Biddle. She's a coach of many sports.
All the things. Hi, everybody. I know some of you. I'm Emily Biddle. I am a intervention specialist at Wyandotte Run, and I'm also a coach for the Olentangy Special Olympics for soccer, track, and basketball. Over the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of watching this program grow, not only in the number of athletes that we've had, but also in the athletes themselves. I've seen athletes score their first goal, run their fastest race, and hit the three-pointers they've all been working so hard to shoot. They love them. I see the pride in our athletes when they wear their Olentangy Storm gear and they take the field as part of an Olentangy team. This program is more than sports. It's about belonging, it's about confidence, and it's about community. Fran has done an incredible job growing and sustaining this program, and peer volunteers like Jack gain an invaluable lesson in inclusion while building meaningful and lasting friendships. I hope the district continues to value and support the Storm as one of its many outstanding athletic programs. I promise that if you come to a game or event, you will leave with a huge smile and a deep sense of pride in what these athletes represent for the Olentangy district. Thank you.
Okay. So now I just want to say thank you for having us. Is there any questions that I can answer or anything else that you want to know?
Me?
Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for being here and sharing this very special program with us. I don't know. I I'm gotta go back. Local coordinator doesn't feel like the right title. Athletic director feels like the right title, Fran. Bravo for what you've done for this program. Yes, please. Reflect, yeah, and put that in the minutes. So thank you for all that you've done, and the volunteer coaches and the peer mentors. I guess my question would be, what can the district or even the greater just one Olentangy community do to greater support the Special Olympics, to support the Storm?
Sure. What I found is that it's great that you keep asking questions. Follow us on social media. Attend our events. I promise, like Emily said, you'll want to come to more. You'll enjoy those, and it'll just put a smile on your face. Like Jack said, anytime I'm having a bad day, I go to a practice, it's all erased. Go to a practice or an event. I guess the biggest thing we would need is a buy-in, if that makes any sense, from administrators, from our athletic directors in the schools. It's tough to get space for practices, for events. We've been blessed to have a great partnership with Liberty Middle School, with Shanahan Middle School, and now we'll have a great partnership with Berlin High School, because we had our big event on March 2nd up at Berlin High School, and that athletic director sent me an email afterwards, and he said, whenever you need space, you call me. So that's the buy-in I'm talking about. But it's how do I reach people to get that buy-in and to start that process. So any help that you guys can offer for that, I'd really appreciate it. Getting emails answered or just making an introduction to start that would be wonderful. I wanted to possibly explore the idea of adding additional stipends for Special Olympics for some of our more valuable coaches and positions that they do in the district. I get a stipend as the local coordinator, and I appreciate that, but I'd like to share that with others as well in the district. And then I am one person in one position, and there are so many other things that we can do through Special Olympics Ohio. They have a young athletes program, they have an athlete leadership program, they have a unified champion schools program, all things that will bring recognition to Olentangy schools. I can't facilitate those. There's just not enough hours in the day or enough brain power of my own to do that. But if we can make these connections and have some buy-in with some of our schools, we can become a unified champion school at an elementary school or a middle school or a high school, or start a young athletes program. Special Olympics is open for any athlete ages 8 and up. In Olentangy, we're a school-age program, but we do have some alumni, like Aiden, that participate still with our program. So my oldest athlete is probably 22, 23 years old. But Special Olympics athletes can be 8 years and up for the rest of their lives. So we try to play against other school-age kids, school-age programs when possible. The Young Athletes program is for ages 2 to 7. So it introduces athletes or kids with intellectual disabilities to athletics and the programs that they can do so that eventually they can join a Special Olympics program when they reach age 8. And I thought that might be a great thing to get some of our APE teachers involved in and kind of branch out that way. And it would bring recognition to the school districts similar to a Blue Ribbon school or a Purple Star program. There's banners to hang, there's publication, there's news media coverage of it. If we can become a unified champion schools, or start a young athletes program. So the other thing is it's hard to explain what I do. And so I'm eventually going to move on. And I'm really cognizant of that, and I try to keep good records and notes so that the next person, I'm replaceable, everyone in life is replaceable, but the next person that comes down can take off the ground running with that. So I try to do that, but it's tough when you're having to fight for things when people don't understand what you're fighting for. But I will continue to fight for this program and these kids. They're worth it every day of the week. So I thank you for your time tonight and for having us here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so first of all, I'll note that I see out of the peripheral vision that Mr. Meyer's taken some notes. And I know that he will be in touch about some of those. And the other positive thing is after every board meeting, this is not the only thing, but after every board meeting, we send out updates to the entire community. And it's a good opportunity to get people excited and to understand what it's really about, right?
Yeah.
So I know, I speak for Mr. Meyer and the district, we're happy to find these ways to really increase this up. Now, this board has to accept resignation, so I'm not sure at some point in the future we will ever do that. I don't want to take all the time. Other people have comments, questions?
I can go last if somebody else is ready. I mean,
Go ahead.
sports are so important.
Yep.
And it's not about the things you would think, in my opinion. I tell the girls that play softball every moment of our lives that the worst day of softball is better than the best day of school. and you learn so much by losing. The biggest thing you learn is how bad do you really want it? How bad do you want to come out and get better? How much do you want to support your teammates? How much can you have a bad day but somebody else does awesome and you still feel good? These are crucial lessons that we have to share with every student if we're going to really facilitate maximum learning or if we're just playing school. And I think we're in the right spot. And I think Mr. Meyer's the right person to help negotiate that so difficult challenge of we have limited resources. But I think he's the right person. And I feel like you were listening to our phone calls because we talk about access stuff so much, like how can we, and we talked about when we went to the basketball game just a few short weeks ago, like how do we continue to, the board passed a policy maybe a year and a half ago where we understand like priorities and who gets spaces and stuff. So that figures in the mix too. But please let us know how we can continue to support. It's not just something we're saying during a meeting, but this is our why, right? There's plenty of stuff we could all be doing, but this is our why because I want to meet Aiden. I want him to say, I know that guy. And then when I see him in the community, I can tell him that was a great game. And this is a big deal. So I'm thankful for what you do. That's all I got.
I would just add in, when I came on the board, they warned me that that would be brought to tears if I took this position. I didn't know this is what they meant, and I didn't know it happened this soon. But this is amazing, and I really appreciate the work you've done. You're obviously very thoughtful. You've identified the areas of sports that aren't just about winning and losing, and all those other qualities that go into it. The idea of peer groups is amazing to spread that message throughout the school districts because you can only do so much from your level, right? It's got to spread through the student population, through our teaching staff, through athletic directors. I just want to say thank you for the work you've done.
Well, I assume our millions of YouTube followers and live stream watchers right now are watching this, but hopefully this does help spread the word amongst the students to volunteer, amongst the administrators of the different buildings to really put a fire under them to get this going in all of our buildings, because I think this is a fantastic program. And, we've seen a lot of things over the years that start with one little thing and then it just grows and grows. And I can just see this continuing to grow throughout the rest of our district.
Yeah.
So two quick things. One, thank you all. Really, truly, thank you all for being here. It's tough getting up in front of people, right, and speaking for yourself, and even just going out and doing all the things you do. But we appreciate you being here. It's important, right? I like the idea of meaningful inclusion, right? Because everything you do has meaning in life, right? But you have to feel that meaning. You have to understand it and see it. And that's what I appreciate so much about the culture of this community is creating those opportunities. So this is just one of them, and we appreciate you being here. Right before this meeting, I was interviewed by a senior at one of our one of our schools, and he was interested in going to law school, and I was talking about what law school was, and he said, what I want to do is change the world, but I don't really know how to change the world. And I said, there's no one way to change the world. there's a lot of ways, but one of the best ways you could do it is standing up and being a leader in your community, finding something good to do at some level. And anybody can do that. And Ms. Gardner's a great example of that. So we actually have something I'd like to read. And I'm being brought to tears too. This is, so it's a Olentangy Schools Board of Education resolution of commendation for Frances Gardner. Whereas Frances Gardner joined the Olentangy Local School District as a parent mentor, stepping in as local coordinator for the Olentangy Schools Special Olympics program in August of 2021. And whereas as a parent mentor, Ms. Gardner has fostered an inclusive culture through a district-aligned approach, establishing systems of connection and IEP ETR support for families participating in IEP transitions and community building events. And whereas Ms. Gardner has incorporated state-level updates into processes and communication, offering guidance at special education meetings to ensure legal compliance, while also supporting literacy, accelerated learning, student wellness, and workforce readiness for students. That's a lot of things. And whereas in collaborating with preschool staff, mental health teams, behavior specialists, and literacy teams, Mrs. Gardner demonstrates a commitment to continuous improvement and support of a whole child approach. And whereas over the past 5 years, under the guidance of Mrs. Gardner, the Olentangy Local School District Special Olympics program has emerged as a prolific program across both Central Ohio and the state, offering a year-round varsity athletic experience across 35 Olympic-type sports for over 170 athletes with intellectual disabilities, while engaging families, peer volunteers, and the One Olentangy community. And whereas Mrs. Gardner has touched thousands of lives across our district and strengthened Olentangy School's reputation as a destination district welcoming all students and families with varying learning needs. Now therefore be it resolved that the Olentangy Schools Board of Education and Superintendent Todd R. Meyer express their sincere gratitude to Frances Gardner for her outstanding and genuine advocacy and leadership in service of the students and parents of Olentangy Schools.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't expect that. Can I have a vacation now, though? I feel like it's the time to ask for something.
Before anybody leaves, Elin, I got to tell you, Elin, at the next halftime, you need to teach me the Cupid Shuffle, because I went down there and I was doing all the moves wrong. So I'm going to find you at the next halftime, and I'm going to need you to teach me.
Is the dance team next for the next sport?
Yeah.
Right?
Good answer.
I like this idea.
We should probably do the cheerleading competitions going forward.
There you go.
I think Mr. Meyer was standing up to volunteer to coach pickleball. Thank you, Mr. Yes.
I'll do it. I did. Before you guys
Our
leave, I
glorious
did
pickleball
want to
leader.
say thank you to Fran publicly, because I know that you're a champion for this, and you have been a champion. Continue, and the growth of the Special Olympics has been, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
So, Aiden, he was in the ACT program, and when you talk about joy, so Wednesday they do the coffee cart here, and I was your best customer, right? And Aiden and the team used to bring joy to my day every Wednesday, and I think, I wrote some notes down here, and some of our board members already articulated, but Emily, I think you said it the best, in when that picture up there of the basketball game and the joy that you all brought to each other, but the hundreds of fans in the stands was unbelievable. And again, if the goal was to leave with a smile on your face, I think you accomplished that for everybody that night during the basketball game. So thank you to all of the volunteers, student volunteers, the peer volunteers. That's just a great addition to the program. And of course, you student athletes. We love you guys. So thank you for what you do. And you guys are setting a very good example and being a role model for students who will follow you. So thank you. And now you guys can go if you want, but you're more than welcome to stay.
Yeah.
Yes. You're going to plan that vacation, Fran.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You'll hear the clanking of metals as
I know, that's a lot of them.
Love it, love it. Oh,
That was awesome. I talk about perspective a lot, and just another example of many, many things that happen across this district that are just so wonderful. So it does help put things into perspective. So I do want to recognize Mrs. Dabrico because it was her idea. After the basketball game, she sent me a text the next day and said, "Hey, because we do student presentations at a board meeting, what about recognizing and doing a presentation for the Special Olympics?" So thank you for planting that seed and that idea. It's an excellent idea. All right, so on to more recognition. So I'd like to congratulate Orange High School junior Kenzie, who won individual girls wrestling state championship at 120 pounds a few weeks ago. So congratulations to Kenzie. Also want to recognize our Student and Staff Experience Office in collaboration with our Curriculum Department. So this is a first ever Olentangy Student Leadership Summit that was held there on March 13th. Now, if you remember, March 13th was not a school day. Our students were off. It was teacher work day, so students did not have to come to school, but almost close to 200 students attended this event at Olentangy High School, and I got to go over for about an hour, and it was extremely delightful because, again, the thought and intentionality put in from our Student and Staff Experience Office as well as our Curriculum Department to put this program together was awesome. So you can see there as far as the type of sessions and breakout sessions that students could go to learn about leadership, as well as, I want to mention that hands-on service project. So my understanding is the students got to select from maybe 6 or 7 options and pared it down to 2, so they ended up writing letters to kids at Nationwide Children's Hospital, and then they did a donation drive to collect toiletries for the Ronald McDonald House. So that was part of the day, service. And then capped off with Joshua Perry, who is an alumni of Olentangy, and he was able to deliver the closing keynote for the day. So it was really successful and well received, and this is something, again, initiated first time ever. We're for sure doing it again, and we'll continue to grow as we move forward. So also, is another big congratulations to the Ozone Robotics team, 46-11. So winner of the 2026 Buckeye Regional First Robotics Competition. So they advanced to Worlds, which will be held April 29th to May 2nd in Houston, Texas. So they overall were 22-7 in official play in 2026. At the Buckeye Regional, team also took home the Quality Award, which celebrates machine robustness and concept and fabrication. So again, it's just another thing that we do so well, and we have so many students involved across the district, and as well as partners and volunteers. So the championship will bring together more than 1,000 student teams and 50,000 attendees from around the world for the ultimate STEM celebration. Robotics team utilizes the Olentangy Academy building, so you remember a few years ago we added that addition over there at the Academy. So the top floor, and I hear nothing but positive feedback for thank you for adding that space and giving them the opportunity to work in that space. So, big thank you to the program administrators, obviously the volunteer mentors and parents for the number of hours that they pour into and serve with our students. So congratulations, looking forward to seeing what happens there April 29th. Also want to highlight our human resources team. And as you can recall, this is an annual thing where we do our own certified interview day at Liberty High School. So we interviewed 148 teaching candidates. So, at the beginning of the year when we did our staffing update, board members asked questions about the pool and the continued challenge in education and how the pool becomes more shallow every year. So The HR team does a really good job in conjunction with some of our other district departments as well as the buildings to really start that process early. And, the good news is we still have a very strong brand and recognition and reputation out there. But we have to start really almost in January with the recruiting process. But this, for the most part, kicks off our own, and again, 148, and then as well as then we will attend 30-plus outside recruiting events throughout the state, as well as some contiguous states to continue to attract the best educators we can for our district. So this year, in my notes, again, it's kind of common practice, but we expect to hire over 90 certified staff. And again, some of those staff members are due to growth, but also then replacements as well.
I've witnessed that process firsthand, and it is such an efficient use of time and space
Yes.
to create that short list so that when the openings occur,
Right.
you already have identified top-tier candidates. It's got like a speed dating vibe. It's
It's a little longer than speed dating.
But no, it's a great use of
Yep.
an effective, efficient use of our resources to
Absolutely.
build that candidate pool. So,
Absolutely.
well done, HR.
Before you move on to that.
Yep.
How does it compare to other years?
The 148?
Yeah, well, just the overall, I mean, the whole process, like, are we still getting tons of candidates? Are we still, I mean, what does the pool look like? I mean, I know things are getting thinner as more teachers are like, you want me to do what?
Yeah.
Like, people are leaving
Yeah.
education,
Right.
but how is that impacting Olentangy? Are people still showing up?
It is becoming more challenging, and it's more challenging just in the K-12 education space across the country. The good news is that we start early. Every year they kind of look at how we can improve the process to recruit numbers and then quality. So that number typically is between 140 to 170 every year, so that's probably on the lower end. I think last year was about 170. But this coupled with other things that we do, we were still able to put certified staff members in every classroom year over year, but it's becoming more challenging, absolutely.
And Mr. Meyer, our HR team's already starting to think strategically following the event, about how it's a great practice, it's a great process. However, we're going to take it another step further about asking, does that process work? Does the timeline work? And if they're not accepting interviews, what's the why to help drive our work forward and maybe look at it from a different lens a little bit differently. So we've already begun that process too, to elicit feedback from the key stakeholders.
Well, the challenge with hiring is that some of it is within our control, right? How we conduct ourselves, and some of it's out of our control, right? The environment for teachers, the environment for public education. Do people still want to do this, right? And a lot of that's at the state, level. Like, what kind of an environment is the state setting for teachers? What kind of environment is it for public education? If we see things that are making it harder for people to be teachers or to stay teachers, that's something that is going to impact this. I mean, we have been successful in the past in drawing good candidates, but statewide there's a teacher shortage, right? And we're going to continue to see that as we see things that are more harmful to public education. So it's something for the community to keep in mind.
Yeah.
The things that are within our control are our processes and our culture. It was really encouraging that we were announced as one of Columbus CEO's top workplaces, right? And that doesn't happen by accident. Right? It takes a lot of intentionality around your culture and building it where people feel valued, where there's meaningful inclusion, right? Where there's people that really want to be here. And that's something that I know this district takes really seriously. I know it's something Mr. Meyer takes really seriously. It's something we as a board take really seriously. So we're going to continue to do our part and think about the ways that we can get better always. But we also need the community, both the local, the state, community to really think about what kind of environment is it for people that want to go in and support our students in these ways.
That's right, and we talk about student experience all the time, but staff experience is extremely important in how we support and the culture that we have here in Olentangy. So, like you said, Mr. Lester, for sure, we can control that internally, but we need to continue to lobby with our state legislators about what we need externally to help support public education as well, for sure.
Mr. Meyer, I'm sorry, I know this is your part, but I'm curious, Dr. Wallach has things from other school board associations. I mean, is this something that they're, like, what does it look like? And I'm sorry, I'm catching you not scripted on the question. I'm curious if that's something they're addressed, like, is that a conversation? We can't find people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's where, you know, we may be feeling some pinch points and feeling
Right.
the hurt here and there, but all I need to do is attend an OSBA event and be surrounded by peers from around the state, and then I hear their scenarios. I'm like, oh no, yeah, we're doing fine. I mean, it's all relative, but no, it's absolutely a situation across the state, across the country. But I think that our phenomenal team, and I appreciate hearing that there's a review of the processes in place and what we can refine and do better to attract and recruit. Because, yeah, it's absolutely, it's across the state, across the country, but we're doing a great job here.
But it also goes into one of our core values, we can always do better, because we don't want to take it for granted either, because we're not going to bury our head in the sand and act like the problem doesn't exist nationwide, quite frankly. So,
Right.
yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And just, you know, events like these, the continue, you know, starting, like you said, going back to January and things like that, they only come about with a strong investment towards marketing, recruiting, and things like that. So just recognizing that and your efforts, I appreciate the HR department and, you know, the district overall valuing that, hey, if we want to recruit top talent here, you know, it helps obviously to be a great employer as recognized in the Columbus Magazine, but, you know, there's some external sort of marketing and things like that
Absolutely.
that has to go into it as well.
And behind the scenes, and I'll say this too, because we're so intentional and we talk about, like, this is out-facing, right? But internally, the planning that starts years in advance. So when we go through our 5-year forecast, and it's called the financial forecast now, but 5 years, we're forecasting out and projecting out staffing needs for the district. And obviously, that's reviewed twice a year and then updated every year. But, you know, we're very intentional about needs and have conversations about needs and resources to support the organization. So that also helps. And a lot of people on the district leadership team and within the district departments are really critical in helping provide that information for us.
So impressed whenever I see your team, and I'll just ask a question, like, you normally it's like, how you doing or whatever, but I'll ask, like, how do we look for the fall or whatever. They know exactly what they need. This stuff doesn't happen by accident. Intentional is a perfect word choice, because it's really impressive to have, your team does an amazing job. And I'm thankful, because all of us benefit from having that they still call them highly qualified teachers? Okay, yeah, having the certified, the right people and the best people in front of our kids every day, that's a big deal, so
Yeah,
thank you.
And it's really important. And at the end of the day, we got to continue to thank the community for supporting the schools as well, because they continue to send the message, this is the type of education that they want. So if our community continues to want this type of education, it's going to take resource to support what we do here. So thank you for that. Also, another milestone. So 2 weeks ago, we did the groundbreaking for Elementary 18, and exciting on the agenda tonight. After tonight, we will have a name for Elementary 18. So that's coming up in the agenda. But again, just a great event, and want to thank everybody involved in working towards the building and construction of new schools. But I again, want to thank the community for the support back in November to pass the bond issue, the No New Village bond issue, to construct Elementary 18 and High School 5. So we're excited. The project's underway, and we're excited to watch the construction over the next year, and then welcome the new students and staff the fall of '27.
Jeff Gordon knows how to turn some dirt.
Yeah.
I saw that.
The rest of us could use a lesson.
Wow, that's the
Yeah, I mean,
best.
you can tell who's lifted a shovel before from the picture. I mean, come on.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I planted a tree
And yes, he can do, Jeff can do pretty much anything, so, yes.
And that was by far the best of the pictures, because the
Yeah.
others were rough. That's something you don't learn when you get appointed as a school board, is how
We're
to,
gonna have a new plan for.
we're gonna need weeks of lessons, so.
Mr. Lester, without naming names, some of the folks were like, what is this I'm holding here?
Hey, that's why in our Bridge Ed program, we do the middle school events that I think we're doing at all 6 middle schools now, right? With Bridge Ed, correct? Correct. So, that's right,
And
because
shovel.
I saw some kids hold a hammer for the first time. And in the virtual reality, I taught a young student where to go to find the breaker box in a house. Typically in the basement, if you have a basement. That's right.
Some of us were English majors and need all the help that we can. So.
All right, so superintendent action items. So again, typical HR items, but do want to point out, we have 3 retirements with Christina, Kathy Boone, and Jeanette up there. So I always say this, but between the 3, 52 years of service, I want to thank them for their years of service to our students and our families here in Olentangy. Also, we have a few students for early graduation. I will have a recommendation for approval of middle school math adoption, which the board will hear a discussion item later in the agenda tonight. And quite a few, now Jeff is off tonight, so now he's got to start a new streak, right? So Jeff's down south. But we have declaring transportation as impractical for students, and then a few business and facility items. Again, and I always want to point out that this is part of our capital plan. So when we talk about intentionality, we have a 20-year capital plan as well as a 5-year capital plan that we update every year to maintain our assets and the buildings that we have. So we're going to recommend acceptance of a quote in the amount of $96,899 to authorize Mr. Gordon to negotiate terms to execute a contract with Heiberger Paving to resurface the track at Olentangy High School. So that's up in the capital plan. Also going to recommend approval of the purchase of 4 gators for our maintenance and grounds crew to use, and you can see the amount there at a little over $82,000. 2 drainage easements north and south with the Board of Delaware County, so that's north and south on district-owned land for Elementary 18, so this has to do with the construction for the Elementary 18 site. And then acceptance of a bid and approval for with Levitate Plus flooring systems. And again, this is district flooring improvements that we do every year. These particular improvements for this year will be done at Shanahan Middle School, Olentangy High School, and many of our elementary school offices. And then recommend approval of a resolution authorizing the treasurer, Mr. Jenkins, to enter into lease purchase agreement with Hewlett-Packard Financial for the lease and purchase of computer and technology equipment. And again, this is part of our technology replacement cycle and our plan that we have. And Mr. Sexton will have a discussion item here in a minute on the agenda for the board relative to that superintendent action item. And then upcoming important dates, Drive a Bus, which I think we started this about 3 years ago, but it's a big event. So we do it a couple times a year. So that's Saturday, April 11th. And this time it's at the East Transportation Center. End of the year, we get to honor and recognize a lot of great things that happen throughout the year. So the District Senior Awards and Scholarship Night is Monday, May 4th, 7 p.m. at Adventure Church. Last day of school already. That's on there. The last day of school, huh? May 28th. Wow. And then, of course, just a great day. The class of 2026 commencement ceremonies, all 4. Saturday, May 30th at the Schottenstein Center. So it's going to be another great day of celebration for Olentangy schools. And then our next Board of Education regular meeting, Thursday, April 23rd, right here at 6:30.
All right, any questions? None. All right, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Jenkins.
Good evening, board members. I've been asked to be uncharacteristically laconic this evening, so I'm going to do that. Just straight action items this evening: the approval of the master services agreement with Meta, the restated minutes from December the 16th. We had a ministerial error where we would have assigned the wrong season to a supplemental that has the exact same money. So this ameliorates that issue. Board meeting minutes from March 10th, 16th, 23rd, 24th, and 26th as the special meeting minutes. And all of those will be presented as one single slate of action items unless anyone would like to pull those out, deliberate, and vote separately. Any questions?
The only thing I'm thinking of now is, I believe Mr. Rellinger could vote on the master service agreement, but not the minutes from the previous meetings.
There's no requirement that somebody, I mean, this is my thoughts, abstain from the approval of the minutes from meetings where they weren't a member. They could choose to do so, but he could simply be certifying that, yes, he agrees that that's what happened at that meeting because he went back and reviewed it himself. He may choose to do that, but I don't think there's anything, unless I'm missing something, that is legally required.
Yeah.
So if you would like, that could be something we could do. Otherwise, yes, he'd be stuck having to either choose to vote or abstain on the whole slate.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know you had flagged that originally, and it just occurred to me, just as you said that too, that we can either pull the first item out and vote on it separately when we get there, or you could abstain from the whole thing.
Abstain from all.
Okay, all right, so we'll be okay.
So first item or minutes? I thought I heard Ms. Schreiber say the minutes.
Yeah, well, we'll get there when we get there.
Okay,
so, yeah.
and I can do any of that on the fly.
Yeah.
Whatever we decide to do.
Okay, yep, sounds good. All right, any questions for Mr. Jenkins? Other questions?
And
All right.
there are no public participation requests.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. All right, so we are now moving to our first discussion item of three discussion items tonight. So the first is the middle school math adoption. So Mr. Vittilio, take it away. Good job.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. It's great to see you. Whenever we get a chance to talk about teaching and learning, you know that we get very excited to share with you sort of the behind the scenes that goes on that a lot of times we don't get to see. So we're going to go ahead and jump in, and I'm going to introduce the adoption, and then I'm going to let the folks who know the most about it really give you the details. So we believe that if we are truly living our district mission to maximize student learning, we must consider the entire student experience. You've heard us talk about that before. We cannot solely rely on academic outcomes to judge our success. So when we're faced with an important decision that ultimately impacts students, we all challenge ourselves to remain student-centered, to think from the student perspective. Considering that holistic student experience, it helps us do that. So once we understand that optimal experience we desire for students, we then design the process backwards from that and try to make that happen. In mathematics, the student experience must be more than simply arriving at the correct answer. It means students engaging in rigorous problem solving, thinking critically, collaborating with peers, and developing confidence in their mathematical identity. Tonight's presentation is grounded in that idea. The recommended purchase is not just about materials. It's about creating math classrooms where students are actively engaged, thinking deeply, collaborating meaningfully, and building confidence in who they are as math learners. Before we go any further, I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible team of leaders who have led this work, and all three of them are here tonight. So Mindy Schultz, our Director of Curriculum and Innovation, Shane Schoaf, the Assistant Director of Intermediate Curriculum and Innovation, and Erica Boone, the Supervisor of Gifted Services. I want to call these three individuals out in particular just because I know them really, really well. I've worked with them for a long time, and they are, I mean, I would put them up against anyone I've ever met in a curriculum department, and I'd say I'd put them up against, they can still teach. They can still do the work. And they are dedicated, they work tirelessly, and they leave no stone unturned. Sometimes to our dismay, right? But I just really want to call them out because this is a long process with lots of moving parts, and they stay committed to it. Along with them, numerous teachers, instructional leaders, students, committee members have dedicated significant time to piloting these resources, reflecting and refining our thinking. Thank you for everyone who's done that. We really, really appreciate it. So now it's my privilege. I'm going to pass it over to Mindy and Shane, and they are going to walk us through this process, the learning, and the recommended purchase that we will put in front of you tonight. So thank you so much. We brought a baby. Yeah, and we brought
Thank
a
you.
baby.
We did. We brought the baby, which has been really fun back there tonight. All right, good evening. We're so excited to be here. You all know this is a passion of ours. You're going to hear that throughout this whole presentation tonight. And the work that we do, we're extremely intentional and purposeful. You're going to feel that also throughout each step that we talk about, specifically around this middle school math curriculum adoption. But honestly, this is a process that we have fine-tuned. And I would say we found ways to do this really well. It doesn't mean it's easy. Any curriculum adoption always brings challenges, but those are things that we now have learned some of the best ways to really tackle those, how to be proactive in certain approaches. But I'm just really proud of this process, and I'm excited that we get to share this with you tonight. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about our math journey. So this is bigger than just middle school math adoption, and you all know this because you've been with us along this journey as well. So we began our most recent phase of our math journey back in 2019 by establishing a clear vision for mathematics. And we developed that collectively with teachers and administrators. We made sure that that vision was grounded in research and anchored by the work of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Once that vision was established, so we had this vision, well, all these next steps became really clear to all of us. So we knew that if we truly wanted to bring this vision alive in Olentangy, that we had to really focus in on both classroom instruction as well as structures that are surrounding that. And so the work began, the real work, I should say, began from there. As you can see from our timeline, each step that we've taken has been deliberate, adding math specialists across K-8, expanding course offerings at the high school level, and adopting a core curriculum at the elementary level. These were not isolated decisions, but they were more part of this larger coherent plan and long-term strategy to improve the student experience in mathematics. And importantly, is that this work has only been possible because of the continued support of our district leadership team, as well as this board. So to us, this next step, which is our middle school math curriculum adoption, it's not a starting point. It is a continuation of the thoughtful, multi-year journey to ensure every student experiences high-quality mathematics every day. This idea is captured really powerfully in a quote from a book called The Math Pact. So I'm going to read this quote for all of you.
What's the name of the book?
The Math Pact. If you know it, you'll love it.
Have you read that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not good
Are you ready?
Reading?
Don't worry, we'll bring it to you.
There you go.
So imagine teaching in a school where mathematics instruction is coherent, high quality, and consistent across classrooms and grade levels. No matter which teacher a student has, they are receiving the highest quality mathematics experience. All teachers in the school are working together as a team, a true team that considers the success of each and every student in the entire school as a collective responsibility. As students progress through the grades and have different teachers, they see how mathematical ideas connect, and they use familiar representations and consistent and appropriate mathematical vocabulary and notation. Teaching is done in a way that develops deep mathematical understanding, and the team knows that taking more time up front to develop concepts, connections, and procedural fluency will pay off in the long run, even saving time. Both teachers and students are excited by and feel empowered by mathematics. So this quote, it reflects exactly what we believe, that students deserve more than just access to mathematics. They deserve meaningful, engaging, and rigorous experiences that build confidence and understanding. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Shane Schoaf, he's going to walk you through the details specifically of our middle school math adoption and share our recommendation.
Thanks, Mindy.
Thanks, everybody. Pretty excited. Try not to geek out too much. We're doing a lot of early numeracy with our daughter over here, as you can tell. So if she
Excited?
participates, you know,
She's cheering over
that's
there.
why.
We got a picture because I had to capture it first.
It's a big deal. We know how to have a good time. So something that our team is very excited and proud of is that we have created that process for adopting curricula that is extremely comprehensive, and it requires multiple years, which is a good thing, and includes all of our stakeholders. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it, it's fun, and we've engaged our professional staff from the very beginning. So we're going to go backwards a little bit into the school year 2023-2024. Our first step really was grounded in identifying what we wanted the middle school math experience to be. Our middle school math specialists, they partnered with our curriculum team to identify what we wanted the math classroom to look like, to sound like, and feel like in every classroom in Olentangy. This work on our middle school math framework established a strong foundation to which to support teachers, provide professional learning and coaching, and eventually to vet resources. This vision statement that we created states, our vision is to establish clear mathematical goals that guide learning, implement tasks that foster reasoning and problem solving, build procedural fluency rooted in conceptual understanding, and facilitate meaningful mathematical discourse to enhance student engagement and comprehension. Our framework aligns with the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, Standards for Mathematical Practice, and guidance from the Ohio Department of Education. This first critical step in establishing our vision of instructional excellence is what set the stage for the next few years. In 24-25, that school year, we explored 8 middle school math curriculums, and we vetted them using Ohio Materials Matter rubric in addition to our middle school math framework. Our review team selected 4 of those to bring back to teachers, to specialists, and to administrators from all 6 buildings. From there, based on our selection team feedback, we selected 2 to pilot in the 25-26 school year. With this process, we ensured that the curricula was vetted extensively and that we had high-quality resources to pilot and put in front of our students. Going into the school year, we were confident that the 2 curricula we chose to pilot were in alignment with what we believed in Olentangy, as well as NCTM. Ultimately, the purpose of the pilot was to find which curriculum would better elevate the student experience here in Olentangy. So this year, we had the fun of piloting 2 different math curriculums. And during that pilot, we gathered feedback from teachers, students, and our continuous improvement committee. Thanks to Brad, appreciate you. We're proud of our approach, especially that opportunity that we had to meet with a student focus group. This was new for our team, and it was really great to hear from middle school kids on their experiences and perspectives. So we met with about 15 to 20 students to hear their perspective on the curriculum, and these kids were fantastic. As you can imagine, the middle schoolers, they were excited to share their thoughts and their ideas about math. They shared their connections, which was really cool, that they saw between the Bridges math curriculum and what they were experiencing with the pilots. One student even shared, Bridges was great, but these are more professional curriculums because they come with a textbook. So that's the wisdom of a 6th grader, which I love. In these focus groups, we heard students making those connections to the rich mathematical discourse, experiences, and complexity of problem solving that we see in the Bridges curriculum at the elementary. In addition, we conducted site visits with a small group of pilot teachers, specialists, and administrators to other Ohio school districts to observe the implementation of each curriculum. At these site visits, our teachers had the opportunity to connect, to observe classrooms, and talk with teachers about their and their students' experience with these curriculum. Finally, after conducting the pilot teacher surveys, we were able to meet with each pilot teaching team at each of the 6 middle schools and our specialist team to reflect on both pilots and the curriculum. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of fun, but what that does is show again that continued commitment to developing that deep mathematical understanding and elevating that student experience here in Olentangy. Before sharing our recommendation, it's important to ground our work in why a high-quality, consistent middle school curriculum is necessary. And it's more important to think about that through the lens of our students. Why does it matter for students? And in Olentangy, it comes down to 3 critical areas. Engagement. We know how hard it can be sometimes to engage middle school students. Coherence, what they will experience across units as well as courses. and then that very important math identity that they're developing in the middle grades. So with engagement, we know that when students are actively engaged in their learning, when they're thinking, discussing, and problem solving, they're developing a deeper understanding of the math. Middle school is a pivotal time where students often decide whether they see themselves as a math person or not. So the experience we provide in middle school matters to these students. Coherence. Without a consistent high-quality curriculum, students can experience math as disconnected, just separate topics and ideas that don't make sense over time. A coherent curriculum, that's right, Lakin, ensures that learning progresses intentionally, allowing students to make connections and develop a strong foundation that prepares them for high school and beyond. And finally, that math identity that I mentioned. This is about how students see themselves as learners of math. Do they feel confident? Do they feel capable? Are they willing to take risks? Even if it's not the correct answer, are they willing to take those risks? Our goal is for every student to leave middle school believing they can think mathematically, solve problems, and contribute to discussions, because that belief drives future success. Ultimately, a high-quality curriculum is not just about what we teach, it's about the experience students have while they're learning it. With that in mind, I'll share how that process led us to a recommendation that supports all three of these areas for students. We know the vehicle to which students experience math is through our professional staff. And we have some of the best teachers in the state. There's no doubt about that here in Olentangy. They are working hard each and every day to meet the needs of all of their students and to grow their mathematical thinking and their identity. However, in the absence of a guaranteed and viable curriculum, teachers are left to find their own resources and materials in addition to the complexities of attending to student growth and individualizing instruction for students. We talked a lot about how we're recruiting staff, how we're getting them here, and as well, I know the HR team works on retention. And so one of the important things is when we have quality folks that are teaching our kids, we want to make sure we're giving them quality materials to do that. Research shows us that teachers are spending about 7 to 12 hours per week finding their own instructional materials. A lot of them are using Google or Pinterest or Teachers Pay Teachers, and we are doing amazing things with our kids. But our teachers, just like our students, deserve these high-quality instructional materials. When teachers have these materials, they can focus their time, their energy, and their creativity on meeting the needs of each and every student in their classroom. When we have this anchor for their classroom, we also see an enhanced opportunity for collaboration that's already built into the middle school schedule. We have these collaboration periods, and now they have something to collaborate on. So, based on our extensive pilot data from our pilot teachers and our students, in addition to our teaching and learning team's vision of instructional excellence, we are recommending the adoption of CPM to elevate the experience for students here in Olentangy. So I want to get into a little bit about CPM and help us understand that decision. So the core of CPM Classroom is it's based on their 3 pillars of learning, and I have them up on the screen for you. There's collaborative learning, problem-based learning, and mixed-space practice. So in collaborative learning in a CPM classroom, students are not working in isolation. They are actively engaging with one another to make sense of mathematics. They build ideas together, they explain their thinking, and they learn from different perspectives. That mirrors the kind of collaboration that we would expect and that we hope in the real world that will help students develop both understanding and these communication skills that are so critical. Problem-based learning with CPM, it goes beyond traditional problem sets. It's not a series of 1 through 30, here's your questions. Nope. Students engage actually in rich, meaningful tasks, often grounded in real-world contexts that require them to think deeply, make connections, and apply their knowledge in new ways. In this model, students are not just following steps, they're developing true problem-solving skills and taking ownership of their learning. The third and the most unique is this mixed-space practice. Rather than practicing a skill in isolation, students are revisiting concepts over time. They call it engage and re-engage with these concepts and ideas. This leads to stronger retention and a deeper ability to transfer their learning to new situations. It's how we move from short-term understanding to long-term mastery. Together, these 3 pillars create a learning experience where students are actively engaged, thinking deeply, and building lasting understanding, exactly the kind of experience we want for all of our Olentangy learners. And as we evaluated our pilot experiences, we grounded our decision in more than just academic data, but in alignment with our portrait of a learner, which anchors the student experience we are committed to here in Olentangy. What we found is that CPM consistently brings these dispositions to life in our math classrooms. Pilot teachers shared that CPM anchors meaningful instructional change in their classrooms. It creates a more intentional and coherent learning experience for students that is aligned to our math framework and the instructional vision. And one of our teachers shared, "I saw my students doing things I didn't think they could do." Students reported they felt safe taking risks in these collaborative groups without fear of getting the wrong answer. Teachers commented that sometimes they had the wrong answer and they were working on that. That kind of environment, however, builds resilience and persistence, which are critical not just in math, but in life. We also saw increased engagement and confidence in students' mathematical thinking. One student shared, "It feels like I actually want to do math sometimes when I do CPM," which is a glowing recommendation from a middle school student. That sense of curiosity and ownership is exactly what we want for our learners. And then finally, our Continuous Improvement Committee, thanks again, Brad, strongly valued hands-on collaborative learning in math. CPM creates a classroom where students learn from and with each other, building a shared responsibility for learning and reinforcing a culture of respect and kindness. When we looked across all data points, pilot teacher feedback, our student voice, the committee input, there was a clear and consistent preference for CPM. More importantly, CPM aligns to who we are as a district and the student experience we're committed to providing. An investment in CPM, as Vince said at the beginning, it's more than an investment in books and resources. It's an investment in elevating that student experience. It's also an investment in professional learning for our incredible teaching staff. Teachers will receive the training and support needed to implement CPM effectively and with confidence. Through the Foundations course, CPM will equip teachers with professional learning opportunities that go beyond basic materials introduction. They're going to explore the 3 pillars of CPM, engage in the math of each chapter, and find strategies to support the classroom environment that create opportunities for students to see themselves as math thinkers and doers. We're also strengthening the existing collaboration time that is built into the middle school schedule. A common resource is going to provide opportunities for teams, grade levels, and buildings to collaborate in ways that they haven't been able to before. We're even seeing that during the pilots as buildings are not only working within their grade levels, but across our schools and sharing ideas. The professional learning series will support teachers beyond that initial implementation. These opportunities ensure teachers have time to plan together, reflect on student learning, and continuously improve their practice. With a common resource, the investment in our specialists, our math specialists, our gifted specialists, and our administrators are streamlined by using similar language, notation, and practices. This adoption will increase opportunities for specialists and administrators to work alongside teachers, providing coaching, support, and ongoing guidance throughout implementation. Ultimately, this investment is more than implementation. It's about ensuring consistency, quality, and strong student experience across all of our middle schools. We're committed to doing this well and to supporting our teachers and students every step of the way. So how will we do this? We're very proud of the process that led us here. And just as importantly, we've been equally intentional in planning for implementation. One of the key lessons that we've learned with these most recent curriculum adoptions is that strong implementation doesn't happen all at once. My team has reminded me that many times. I'm ready to go right out of the gate. But after talking with teachers, with our team, and administrators, we believe we have an implementation plan that is going to support our staff and see those impacts on student learning. So that thoughtful, intentional approach will allow teachers to build understanding and confidence and consistency over time. So in phase 1, which is next school year, 2026-2027, we are going to launch CPM across all middle school grade levels, which is course 1, 2, and 3. So that's 6th grade, 7th, and 8th grade. To support this, every teacher will receive 3 full days of professional learning, along with dedicated implementation support from CPM instructional coaches, in addition to our middle school math specialists and gifted specialists. This ensures a strong implementation. In addition, teachers can access on-demand modules through CPM's professional learning portal to learn more about student supports, multilingual learners, inclusion, collaboration, and pacing support. In phase 2, that's the 2027-2028 school year, we will expand implementation to include our accelerated pathway, which is our Excel 7-8 and Algebra 1 at the 8th grade. This phase includes continued professional learning and ongoing coaching, allowing us to deepen the implementation and refine practices based on our first year of experience. In both phases, we're excited to conduct ongoing cycles of feedback for all stakeholder groups to measure the effectiveness and the impact of CPM on our students and teachers. We're even more excited to revisit that group of students who participated in our student focus group to hear about their experience with a full year of CPM coursework. This phased approach allows us to move forward with both urgency and care, ensuring that we're not just implementing a curriculum, but doing so with integrity and in a way that truly supports our teachers and our students. So, in closing, we would like to thank the Board of Education and our district leadership team for your continued support of our overall math journey here in Olentangy. This journey would not be possible without your leadership and the work of so many others, including Erica Boone, who is here tonight, supervisor of gifted, and who has a very strong passion for math and has, I believe, turned me into that math person as well. Erica has been a thought partner and a leader throughout this district journey and supported the work of our middle school math specialists and gifted specialists at every step of the way. Our middle school math specialists and gifted specialists have stepped up in ways most would never see. Their collaboration and dedication to elevating the student experience has guided this entire process. I'd also like to give a huge thank you to our pilot teachers, asking any teacher to try something new for 6 weeks at a time, and hey, you're going to do it in the fall, and guess what? You're going to do it again starting in January. That's no easy task. But they did it with grace, they did it with open-mindedness, and their willingness to try something new and provide that essential feedback was very much appreciated. This adoption, along with the professional learning journey, will elevate the student experience for students here in Olentangy and continue to set Olentangy apart from its peers. So thank you so much for your opportunity to share about our process. I would love to answer any questions that I can, as well as my team. So Erica, feel free to jump in too. But that's what we have.
I see you're raring to go, Libby.
Yeah.
Well, I've
Dr.
heard
Libby
this
Wallach.
before. Oh, okay.
The
Well,
expert.
all right. So just a couple things. Vince, I want to thank you for the early comments where you called out this team, and you said something that really just stuck with me about their ability to go back into a classroom, because we see with educators where they move on to administration or central office. I mean, and I'm not talking about within Olentangy, just in general, where people move on to these other ways of serving teachers and students, whatever. But if they were to be put back into a classroom, they would struggle. And so I think that call out that the rest of this crew is so deeply invested in curriculum and the understanding of how it works for the students and the teachers, and recognizing the professional development that the teachers need to effectively implement, like all of that is so pivotal. And so that call out that this crew has the ability not only to recognize and support those implementing, but they could do it themselves is huge. So big props.
Call it the heart of the teacher is what we say. Keep the heart of the teacher.
I love it. It's so good. So thank you for that call out early on. And then just another observation, the math identity piece is so huge. And that's really what the Math Pact is really focused on, right? Because you got people like Mr. Lester and me up here who are both I used to teach ELA and English major.
You are
and
math people.
But we always say, right, I'm not a math person. And it's we want to abolish that sentence from people's vernacular. And so I think that fostering that math identity is huge. So the fact that that's part of the thought process is just awesome. So I don't even have any questions. I'm just very happy. So thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Dr. Wall.
Other comments, questions?
I can go last.
Okay.
I got one, and I've gotten to know the team a little bit through the Continuous Improvement Committee. And you ever get in a room with somebody who's a little too passionate about a subject? Like this team loves.
I tried to tone it down, Brad.
No, please don't. This team loves it. You did make me do math, and it was challenging, which is my next question. But they were super passionate about teaching and learning and curriculum, and it's amazing that we have them here at Olentangy, because as Dr. Wallach was saying, finding those type of people and then getting them engaged in the environment is really hard to do in K-12 in Ohio right now, and you guys do an incredible job with that. You also pointed out, the idea of I'm a math person, I'm not a math person. We had this conversation, people identify with that, and then they just live their lives like I'm not a math person. Well, nobody has that option. Everything's in math, right? And it affects all of our lives. So getting rid of that myth and being able to give kids multiple ways to learn to love math is really key point that I found in those meetings. The alignment that you guys do, vertical and horizontal, to make sure that our kids are, as they progress through the grades, have that same type of material so they can continue to build on it, and then so that horizontally across all of our buildings and all of our teachers have similar materials access is so important. You talked about in your presentation about getting feedback from stakeholders, which I think that's really important. Not just you need buy-in from teachers, of course, but this impacts teachers and students and parents, and it impacts everybody, right? And you guys do a very thoughtful job of doing that. My question comes in around, from the parent side, it can be hard. And especially if you have multiple kids in the district, like, well, my kid didn't do that in 6th grade. They did it this way, and now my next kid's doing it something different. And, as I helped my son last year, he was struggling in math, and you remember the show, Are You Smarter Than the 5th Grader? Well, I'm not, clearly, because I sat down with him, and it's like, wow, this is really different from when I grew up and when I learned math, and I struggled with it. And so I think what brings my question up is what kind of resources are available to help the parents at home to, when their kid comes home and there's like, I've never seen this before. Does the curriculum provide those resources? Is that something that the teachers are responsible for? How does that work?
There is parent support on CPM's website, so we have some things. Teachers will also have some access to that as well, to sharing that. And to your point, I think we often, as the curriculum team here, is this new math? Is this something, and it's not, right? It's just giving kids multiple opportunities to find their way through that. And we believe, too, there's going to be ways to communicate that with families and help them understand that, yes, there's practice in CPM, but it's not maybe in the traditional sense where it's drill and kill, and there's just lots of different projects or problems. So yes, there are parent supports that are built into that and that teachers have access to share with their families when they're talking about it, whether it's at curriculum night or if they have parent-teacher conference or just even through email.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all I got.
I have a question, I suppose, about that timeline. I noticed that the Math Vision was established in 2019, and there's been a lot in the news overall about sort of the pandemic and then the effects that it had specifically on math learning and scores, although I don't want to harp on scores because I don't think that's the most important part of a kid's learning necessarily, but how has the strategy changed or those sorts of things, like from 2019 to today, or how has it shifted based on kind of what you've seen in the way kids are learning, based on maybe some interruptions on COVID or other factors that you've seen?
I think in our district, we're fortunate that we have, again, incredible teachers. We have incredible families and students that generally do really well. And so when a student struggles, teachers are trying to identify what area they need support in. Just like anywhere, we're not immune to what we see nationally or globally. So there is a bit of a dip in middle grades. But when we compare ourselves to other neighboring districts and even districts in Ohio, we're still doing really well, and we're proud of that. One thing that I would say is after the pandemic, I think any teacher, any educator knows that engagement and relevance to students is what truly matters, because kids have had a different experience. And so now they're asking, why do I need this? When am I going to use this? Or how is it applicable to me?
I haven't heard that in my own house.
And so I do think that there's maybe less of a reliance on just the automaticity and compliance as there is in that engagement of like, let's give them opportunities to really invest in why this matters and how this topic can help them.
Thank you.
Just one other piece too. So we created that vision in 2019, but we've continued to revise it. The addition of math specialists was really helpful for that vision as well. So that's where the 8 effective mathematical practices came in. It's also work that was done after 2019 with the middle school specialists around really what do we want this to look like for middle school students. So we have that overall vision, which has remained, but we continue to revise it based on any new learning. So ways that we do that is we do stay really closely in tune with NCTM, so National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. We have been part of, with our ESC, we've been part of a math team of curriculum leaders as well as some specialists, math specialists across the state where we're having learning experiences. And then when we have those really important experiences, bringing them back to make sure that our vision is in alignment. So we're always staying on top of that to try to revise things. So an example of how that has changed. 2019, you would have seen a practice like guided math on our math vision. And so with learning and understanding about the amount of time and space that we need to be teaching standards, some of that vision has changed and moved more into those 8 mathematical practices.
The other thing I would add to that is.
I know, we could,
Sorry, Brad,
Sorry
you
to
mentioned
open
it.
up the can of
I was
worms,
just going to
but-
say, so in 2025, Ohio came out with their math plan for
Mhm.
K-12 education. And so they do kind of talk a little bit about that, you know, the pandemic's impact on education. But really, if you talk to anybody at the state, and again, part of the ESC work we do, they're like, if you do anything, it's to get kids talking about math, right? So that mathematical discourse is a huge focus for the state, and something that affirmed the work that we've been doing, and we're very excited by.
And I know you talked about that a lot as well, about specifically with CPM and then how that engaged with kids. And so that's helpful to see why you chose that. Yeah, thank you.
$1 million is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I don't buy into the notion, well, we're a, $500-600 million a year, so it's only $1 million. I don't buy that, because it's collectively all of our support of this financially. $1 million is a lot of money. How are you going to know this is working? I mean, I want to give teachers resources, and when you start talking about teachers pay teachers or Google, we definitely have to do better giving them resources. But in 3 years from now, and let me give you the context of this question. Last week, some research came out that a nationally recognized math provider has no peer-reviewed research showing that their program does anything to help any kid at all. And some districts have been using this program for a decade. So how do we avoid getting into this thing, well, we use it because we used it last year? And when you start talking about the state, I'm like, I want to know how we're going to know in 3 years that this has worked and we're going to stick with them. Or, and I do believe Mr. Meyer's team is humble enough to say, you know what, this is a disaster. We're going to look in a different direction. What are your metrics? OST is not it. What are your other metrics? Because we have enough data to know throughout the school year if we got problems coming on OST. So OST is the last thing I'm concerned about.
Yeah.
What are those? And then
I
I'll
think that-
do my follow-up questions based on this.
Okay, so I think for the metrics, this is something that we've talked about, this ongoing cycle of feedback on effectiveness, because you're right, it is an expensive, purchase for any district to make. And I would say that our students deserve that. They deserve the investment in that coherent curriculum that is going to be structured in a way that is going to build that similar experience across grade levels. If we think about that K-8 band that we're establishing students who are going to see themselves as math thinkers and doers. So how do we measure that? Because you're right, it's beyond OSTs. If it was just about OSTs, we wouldn't be doing this because we're doing fine, quite frankly, right?
I mean, we could do some work in eighth grade. I mean, whenever you have the opportunity, if you look at like some of our middle school math numbers are the lowest across the grade level. So when you're the New York Yankees, if you're always getting beat in the ninth inning, even if you're winning World Series, you want to figure out, why am I getting beat in the ninth inning?
Good
I'm
as
not
the
being
enemy of great,
disagreeable. I'm
right?
just saying, if this is our opportunity for growth, you know what I mean? Let's recognize it. I think it's an opportunity for growth.
It is.
So how will you know this is working?
Yeah. I go back to student experience, right? And when we think beyond just our OST scores, we have to think about how are students engaging with the math in the classroom? Because you said there's lots of data points that come up prior to OST that help us understand where are kids in this journey. So when we're thinking about not only those formative and classroom assessments, when we think about our universal screeners and we're trying to identify where gaps are, we should be seeing growth in students over time, not just the achievement that we're looking at the end of the year with OST. And so I think when we consider that. And also when we're talking to kids about how is their experience in math changed or different than maybe what they're currently doing or what they've done before. I think if we consider the courses that they're going to take eventually in high school too, we know that if we solidify that K-8 and make sure that that is a strong foundation, they're going to then take more advanced math classes. And not only that, we've heard from high school folks that when our students get to them, they can generally solve the equation. They might not be able to explain why or how it works. And so what our goal is to make sure that they have that mathematical thinking and foundation to not only solve the problem, but also be able to explain why it works and how it works in different contexts.
So when you come back in 3 years, are we still here, Brandon, in 3 years?
Yeah, depending
All
on
right.
when. Yeah.
So
3.5.
as far as we know at this point, we'll still be here.
Yeah.
And you come back and say, this has been a stunning success, and we're high-fiving each other, and, and how are you going to know it's a success?
Yeah.
All right, so you said student experience, which I'm curious how you would measure that. That's kind of qualitative. Doesn't have to be, but
yeah, it's true.
So that's okay. And then you said I forget the second thing you said. I should be taking notes like Mr. Meyer. So I'm just curious how we're gonna.
I was saying some anecdotal evidence too within classroom data, right? When teachers are seeing, so for instance, that teacher that said, I'm seeing my students do things I didn't think they could do. That also, we heard from teachers saying that when students were in CPM and they were solving problems in different ways, after the pilot, kids were still approaching problems in those similar ways and attacking problems in that way. And she said, that's for me, what I'm seeing is that we're done with CPM. We stopped piloting that, and now they're approaching problems in ways they never would have done before. So there are ways to measure that. I think we have our Data and Continuous Improvement Committee, or not the committee, but the department, we do our student experience survey. And so I think there's ways to tap into that to say, let's look specifically at middle school math and that student experience and what questions can we get that are going to help us understand sort of that baseline for where we are. And then 3 years from now, what will that look like? So I think there are ways to incorporate it into that student experience survey.
That's what I'll be talking about in 3 years. It's like, okay, where we go from now, it's working. Everything else you said, the whole time you were talking, I kept thinking about the overlap with our students, the Special Olympics presentation, because all the things you're talking about in math, all the lessons we want kids to learn about math identity, we want them to understand that the same thing that our students in Special Olympics understand, that being good at math is not a celestial act of favor. It's from hard work. And we also learn from sports and math that failure is part of the process. So those are all good things I heard. A couple more questions, if you'll indulge me. I want to know about the teacher experience for this, because as I read through your quote, I do read through everything that as much as I can. And reading through your quote, and I'm glad we have the association president here, because maybe she'll nod if I'm getting off track. But is there off-site? Are we sending people? Like, I'm reading this quote, and I'm like, okay, this is understandably a lot of professional learning opportunities. Is this going to be embedded during the teacher day, or are you asking them to, like, it's okay to work outside the teacher day, but are we compensating? Because it's important to treat people fairly.
Yeah.
I saw Summer Institute in there as well. Like, how has this come together?
Yeah, so
because they're one of our stakeholders, and
you can do that.
Like
I
treating
get
them
geeked
right,
out about
like-
PL, so go ahead.
So
are they
actually,
voluntold that they're?
No, we've actually worked closely with Allison, with
As I did.
OTA on this. And it's something that, with the other curriculum adoptions, that we have learned that the best practice is to offer different opportunities for teachers so that they can take the learning in where it best suits their schedule. So what we do is we work with a company to find time during the school day or in the summer. So those summer institutes aren't required for teachers, but they could choose to do it in the summer because there are teachers who don't want to leave their classroom and don't want to spend that time away.
Are they paid in the summer to do that?
Yes, we do. We
Okay.
use Title II funds for that, which can be used for professional learning. So it's not actually coming out of the district budget. And the professional development part from CPM is actually part of the purchase. It's not something extra. There were curriculums that was extra cost to the district, so it would have been significantly more than what we got from CPM. So we've worked with Allison as well as her OTA team to talk about what are the options for teachers. We also have utilized things like our professional development days as well that are embedded within the school calendar. We also use our math specialists as well to provide that support. When you think about the piece, this is something special with CPM that we haven't had with other curriculum adoptions, that they actually will come to the school, and so embedded within the school day, we will have a CPM instructional coach working with teachers that won't remove them from their classroom, but will in fact get to be embedded. And when you read research around how to best implement and make movement within a curriculum adoption, that's the most powerful. So we were really excited to see that that's something that they offer.
Last comment, I promise, and then I'll vote to support this. So,
Don't
the reason I support this and vote for this, and is because your repeated theme over and over was emphasizing the importance of teachers. Teachers are the number one thing that contribute in this context, and Hattie, like the effect size is not even comparable to all the other stuff that people are going to list about what makes a difference. So teachers will decide, and the collective belief that our teachers have that our students can achieve will make the difference. I'm going to tell you, my daughter had an unbelievable 8th grade math teacher this year, and he really believed in her. And it's made all the difference in the world because she sees that hard work, just like a softball game, makes the difference in her math. So I really appreciate your hard work on this, and I look forward to 3 years from now you coming and saying, man, kids are feeling this, and everything is lining up the way we wanted, and we're even telling our vendor how to improve their product. So thank you for your hard work and indulging me.
So this is,
Well,
oh, go ahead.
Because I just want to, just a couple things, because, one question I always ask is how do we know we're being effective in fill in the blank? Because it is important, because it's a huge investment, but extremely confident in the input as far as the support and resources we provide for our staff and professional development, in-house professional development, teachers sitting around a table with teachers collaborating is probably the best professional development. So that's extremely important at the end of the day to measure student success. So student experience, but student output, what are they actually learning? And how does that build? And Mr. Rellinger mentioned horizontal and vertical alignment in the district that we do, and again, going back to the word intentional, that we do a really good job, not perfect, but that's another reason we're doing this, to bring consistency across 6 middle schools, right? Horizontally and then vertically throughout the grade level, at the end of the day, to make sure, to ensure that our students are successful in math. And I'm just going to say a personal anecdote here as well, because I have, my oldest daughter was extremely high functioning in math, and she now is in a math field as an actuary, but one of the, not the only females, but it's a low percentage of females in that. So for our students to believe that they can do whatever, so and we're talking about math here, is extremely important. Because really, I think Dr. Wallach said it, our goal is not for students to say, oh, I'm not good at math.
Right. Yeah, so I appreciate your hard work in taking all the questions.
But it's a great question, and they know, when I say the curriculum department, that, and I'm confident we'll implement the measures and the metrics to measure, again, how effective we're being.
And this decision will impact every one of our students.
Absolutely.
Well, and I appreciate the question, especially around the teacher impact, because this, something we were talking about earlier is what we're facing as a state, around teacher shortages. This sort of stuff can frustrate teachers too if it's not done the right way. And when you see, I have to go and find resources, and then I'm doing this, and now you're making me change resources, and then I got to do this. And if there's not that buy-in, if they don't see the value of it and they don't see the results of it, then you end up with people who are like, what did I do these past couple of years, right? So that is one of the things that I worry about a lot, not in Olentangy specifically, but Ohio, the country generally, is how are we setting public education up to succeed, right? And if we're not setting teachers up to succeed, we're not setting public education up to succeed. So I appreciate the question about it. I appreciate the idea of not just achievement scores, but energy, excitement, the sort of things that inspires teachers, right? Because they want to inspire their kids, and if they're set up to do that, if we're helping them, that's important. So I believe a lot in this team's thoughtfulness and engagement to make this stuff work. I believe that we will see those things, and that's why I hope to see the energy, the belief, that sort of stuff is going to be critical to making this work. So.
That's a solid point, the support that the district can offer the teachers in the way of curriculum. Because, I mean, again, Dr. Dabrico and I both worked in K-12 buildings where we've, I'm sure, seen firsthand, I've seen firsthand, the teachers pay teachers. The Google, that slide was powerful because we see that happen with where districts aren't providing the teachers and students with high-quality, cohesive resources, and they're scrambling, as you said, to try to do good things for their kids.
Put that in the hands of our incredible teachers and see what they can do. When we talk about the value of our organization too, we saw, even in those short pilots that were 6 weeks, the emphasis that the pilot teachers and the autonomy they took in collaborating across buildings. We had teachers visiting other schools and other classrooms to talk about, hey, how did you do this lesson, or how did you teach that? And the reality is, when they have something common to collaborate around, that enhanced collaboration is there, and we have some amazing teachers that are going to do great things with this. And it's us being mindful and intentional to support them along the way and make sure that they feel that support through that professional learning journey, because this is going to be different. So we want to support them and make sure that they still feel that agency and autonomy. No curriculum is a silver bullet by any means, and I tell people that this isn't taking away your autonomy. And what teachers shared with us overwhelmingly with CPM2 is that there's enough space for teachers to bring that art of teaching to it, which is so important.
Yeah. Good. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Sexton, there you are. District technology update. It says UDPATE, but we'll pretend it's on mine it says UDPATE. I think we fixed it. Good.
Good evening.
Someone caught it before it went up on the.
For the record, I love math.
Okay.
So, good presentation. And it was an Olentangy teacher, Mr. Hesse, that inspired me to become a teacher back in the day. So, so thank you for the opportunity to talk about a couple technology items. These kind of work hand in hand too with, these are elements that keep students safe, and the other part is providing resources to them to do things like, math adoptions and the technology that goes along with it. So all works together. So let's start off here. So in House Bill 96, there were some core requirements that districts had to adopt. Okay, so the first piece of that is a formal adoption of a cybersecurity program. Okay, I'll talk a little later about the things that we already do that have addressed those kind of things for years. So we'll kind of get to that in a little bit. So that's the first piece. Second piece is implement strict reporting timelines. So if we do have a cybersecurity incident, one of the few things that keep me up at night. So those strict requirements are within 7 days. We report to an organization called OKIC, and within 30 days to the auditor of the state of Ohio. Okay, so those are things we've already been doing for years. All right, so third piece there, places restrictions on ransomware payments. So it actually prevents the payment of ransomware unless you, the board, do a formal action to approve it. And some examples would be like if it was life safety, or if it was detriment to the operation of the organization, you could do a resolution to go ahead and move forward with that payment. But in general, it prevents it. Last piece there, add specific exemptions from public records. Okay, so we don't want to give the bad actors our secret sauce, right? So this is, we don't want to tell them exactly how we're trying to prevent them from getting in. I'm not going to share details. We can, behind the scenes, talk about, the nitty gritty. But we never do it in a public forum. It's like, this is what we use. This is how we detect things. This is how we try to stop stuff. So we would never, do those kind of things.
Just a quick question on the ransomware. I assume that the idea behind that is that they're sending a message that, hey, don't try this in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think that will be effective? Like, I mean, are other states doing this and we've seen a drop off? I mean, at some level, if your organization is paralyzed from this stuff, and I hope nobody's watching this and is going to try and paralyze us, but but I mean, at some level, is that really going to be a deterrent? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm fine with the idea of it. I'm just,
Well, the way I look at it is, anything can help deter them, but if you always leave it out, like you guys could override it. Well, the heck, I'm going to try. Right? So they're still going to try. So, what are we doing about it? So we've been doing this for a long time. For at least the last 8-9 years, we've been moving towards improving our security posture. With the, adding Sam Marshall, our supervisor of cybersecurity, that's just amplified the things we were able to do. So thanks to him and his team, for really pushing the envelope on it. So what we've been doing, aligning district policy with these new requirements. Again, we're already there, right? Things look good on that front. Builds on programs and practices already established. Again, like I mentioned, we've been doing these things for years. The next one, which formally adopts the CIS cybersecurity framework, those in the NIST framework, we've been doing those like almost since the inception, which when we started a long time ago. And those frameworks really give us a guideline of how are we doing? What are our gaps? How do we improve? Mr. Meyer always talks about how do we get better? How do we improve every day? And then this really helps us to follow the playbook, right, on how we do those kind of things. And then, again, I mentioned gaps and risks that help further strengthen our program. Again, we've been doing those type of things for years. Some really practical things that we do all the time. At least once a quarter, we'll have a tabletop exercise where we come up with a scenario, a simulation, and we run through the simulation. We bring all the players to the table. We say, hey, this just happened. Go. And we work through it. And there are areas we always have to improve on, right? Then we have the action steps to improve those. We work on them, and then we report back every week until we've gotten those gaps to where we need to be.
At some level, it may be helpful, and Taz, I'm thinking about this, especially knowing some of these elements of board approval, it may be helpful for us to be involved in a tabletop to think about that.
Say that again, Mr. Lester.
The purpose of the tabletop is to help prepare you by working through these examples, right? And if at some level we may be called upon to make a decision about ransomware or something like that, it may be helpful for us as a board to get a little bit of training in that as we're working through that as well. I mean, OSU, I work at OSU, we encountered some of that a couple of years ago, and it's really, really challenging. I mean, it's really
eye-opening.
Right. So I think the more that we could do to prepare for that, the better, I mean, frankly.
Yeah. And we all go in blind to it.
Yeah.
My directive to Sam is come up with scenarios. I don't want to know what they are.
Right.
Right? Let's go in and we start at square one.
Yeah. No, that's great.
And he works us through it, we record it, and then we move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Couple items on cybersecurity before we jump to the next one.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate I get to live in this world a little bit during my
Yeah.
day job.
You're lucky too.
I'm lucky as well. So, first, just for the public to know, like the requirement to create this technology or cybersecurity program is in Ohio Revised Code, right? It is now law.
Correct.
It's also a note that there was no funding that came along with this requirement as well. Now, we're fortunate enough that you guys obviously have a team that have thought through this. I will say there's a lot of districts across the state that maybe have one or two tech people that are scrambling right now, trying to figure out how we're going to do this. So kudos to you for being ahead of the problem. It is a good law because this is really important data. And we as a district collect a lot of sensitive data just by the nature of doing what we do. And, to say to Mr. Meyer and the rest of the team, like, cybersecurity, Mr. Sexton can do everything in the world from the technology side. Humans are a problem, right? You're going to let the bad guy in. If he does all the protections and the staff unlocks the door and says, come on in, there's not much we can do. So it really is something that everybody in the district needs to take seriously, and that's, cyber awareness training. That is being mindful with the data we collect as a school. Do we need this data or do we not? And then just being intentional about how we care for it and where we put it and what we do with it. So that it's the law is a good intention. Again, there's unfortunate there's no funding that comes along with that.
And a well-worded one. Like, I was really thoughtful. I thought, we've all seen things in the past.
Yes.
To where you're like, oh, really? But this one, I was like, okay, I can get behind this.
Yeah, and the team that put it together was well-intentioned, and maybe to answer your question, Mr. Lester, about the ransomware is they don't want public funding going to the bad guys. Sure. I mean, and for good reason, right? And that's why it takes a vote at this level to make sure that it is a better use than losing the data or letting your data out. So again, that just puts the onus back on the district to make sure that we are protecting this data. So that was the only thing I wanted to add to that.
Just let it be reflected at your first meeting, you called for robot employees. Not
I did not call for that. Do not put that in the minutes.
All right. Okay. The second item here is the approval of a lease with HPE Financial Services. And this is a pretty, we've done it many, many years. This is pretty typical for us. Some questions come up, why a lease over just purchasing it outright? The real simple answer to that is it allows us to stretch our dollar further, to put more equipment and resources in the hands of students. Really, that's really the bottom line. What that lease is getting us, some key purchases, and I want to remind the board too, this has been part of our technology plan, right? This is part of our replacement cycle that we've had and established for years, with a slight change to the Chromebooks, where we went from a 4-year to a 5-year replacement cycle on those, thanks to some changes that Google made, which made it a little more conducive to do that. So key purchases, interactive classroom panels. Those are on a 7-year replacement cycle, and this year 105. So feels like it was just yesterday we started those. And so this year we have 105 dropping off that we'll replace. And when we get these items, we always have the option to keep them, right? So it isn't a lease and you have to give them back, okay? So we can, if financial situation changes, we can choose to pay a balloon payment and keep everything, okay? Student labs, that's really the main part of the work this summer for the service desk team, is getting all of the labs. These are our high, what we call our high GPU labs, which run our higher equipment, or higher in software like Adobe, SolidWorks, Autodesk, the big high requirement ones. Student laptops, desktops, Chromebooks, that's across the board. That impacts everybody. And I would add that the interactive panels are pre-K through 12 that are impacted by all those. And then last part are some staff desktops. not a ton of those. You can imagine, in 2026, the number of desktops we buy, declines year after year. So,
Okay, great.
questions on this?
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Sexton.
All right.
Really appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Davis for the elementary 18 naming.
You want to do like a seventh inning stretch? Everybody, stretch it out.
I still want to hear about the lottery.
Before I start on this topic, I do want to give a plug, as we've spent so much time talking about math this evening, to listen to the podcast that was released, the Hello Olentangy podcast that was released yesterday about the mayor of LTES, because he, as a fifth grader, talks about his enjoyment of math in his math class. So 7-minute podcast, listen to it on your way home later tonight. So this is the fun stuff. Not that everything else hasn't been fun. You, as a board, have the distinct privilege of naming each of our schools, directed by following policy 7250, the commemoration of school facilities. In our past, previous names that have been selected for elementaries have been named after subdivisions like Glen Oak, Alum Creek, Oak Creek, Olentangy Meadows. Some have been named after historical references like Heritage, Johnny Cake, Freedom Trail, Cheshire. Names of roads have been used. Peach Blow has been used. Names after nature references like Alum Creek, Tyler Run, Liberty Tree, Walnut Creek, Indian Springs. So moving forward, as we think about elementary school 18, we have historically considered subdivisions, historical references, nature-inspired references like the oak, walnut, creek tree, shale, etc. We received 387 responses. And before I dig into those, I'd like to take a moment to touch on the topic of proper names when considering the naming of our buildings. So reflecting in our past practices, the district has not named any of its 27 existing buildings with a proper name. While the school will be located on Bean Aller Road, both Bean and Aller were actually family names in the area. Additionally, other suggested names of individuals, while absolutely admirable, do not fit within our policy directive to follow local history or geography. We appreciate the spirit and passion in which these names were submitted and know that there are many, many other avenues to honor those families and individuals, which we will continue to do with care and concern and compassion. So that said, we received 387 responses to the survey that we had that closed on March 27th, or 25th, I mean. We received names kind of in different trend buckets with, as I mentioned, street names, Bean and Aller, geography surrounding Sawmill or Liberty, and then nature-inspired names referencing parks, trees, landscape, other things in the area. And then historical references. This photo, just so you know, is the old Powell School on Liberty Road. It's neat to know that we have several one-room schoolhouses still standing in the district around the area. So if you're a history buff, you might be interested in looking at those. So our leadership team culled through all the information given to us through the survey and looked at the trends and have come up with 3 recommendations as final name recommendations for consideration. The dominant theme of our submissions by a wide margin were location-based and also included a strong community deference to a geographic or place-based identity. And then, of course, I've touched on the Bean and Aller. So after name suggestions related to Bean and Aller, Deer Haven was one of the most repeated concepts. So I'll talk a little bit about each of these 3 names. So Deer Haven Elementary School, Deer Haven Park is home to the Amy Clark Bader Bird Sanctuary and is part
of our hidden gem in our county, the preservation park system. This park particularly has forest, pond, meadow, wetland habitats to make up this park and is located just 0.9 miles from the site of our new school. You might be interested to know there are 8 preservation parks in our district boundaries, and the district has had a long history of partnering with the park programs within our schools for use of facilities for things like senior class picnics, school events, field trips, wildlife presentations, educational programs, and even partnering with the Friends of the Lower Olentangy watershed for cleanup of the Olentangy River, tributaries, and area trails, as well as tree planting. Some other parks in our district are McCammon Creek, Shale Hollow, and Sycamore Run. Moving on to the second choice, or the next choice, is Mill Run Elementary School. This would be a nod to the early industry in the area, which includes grist and sawmill production. Initial non-American Indian settlers in this area built some of the very first mills in the region, now known as the area is Delaware County. Elementary 18 is about midpoint between the Olentangy and Scioto rivers. And in the 1800s, at least 5 active mills were operating along these rivers in the area surrounding the new school location. Again, milling is an important part of the early growing Delaware County. And then finally, Riverstone Elementary School. The name Riverstone draws from 2 defining features of Delaware County's natural and geological heritage, features that have shaped the land on which the school will stand. So river, honoring the Olentangy River and its watershed, which defines this region, and then the fact that Liberty Township lies within the Olentangy River watershed. Then, moving on to the stone piece, we talk about that we included that because the stone piece references the Delaware limestone formation that underlies the particular area of Liberty Township and in Delaware County. It's one of, if you can believe this or not, the most distinctive geological features in Delaware County. I've gotten really into the history and the geography and geology going on here. I mean, these guys are geeked out about math. I'm into the history. Anyway, that is unique to our area because of both the rivers and specifically the Olentangy River and then the limestone in this area. So with that said, those are our 3 choices that we propose for you to consider for the naming of Elementary School 18. Once you select that name, we will jump right into the exciting process of mascot development and brand design for Elementary 18 with a team of some parents and some folks from our administrative team. Then we will, at the end of the school year, announce the mascot logo and colors. We found that that is a really exciting way for students, future prospective students, to really identify with where they are headed as their new school. So we are excited to begin the work on that once we know what name you have selected. And that, my friends, is my presentation. What questions may I answer for you?
Any questions? So we'll have a board action item here in a second where I'll call for a motion for a name and we'll vote on it. I want to speak to a point that you made about some of the names that were submitted. And there was specifically the community interested in naming it after a former student. The policy, is there for a good reason of why we don't do proper names. There are a lot of reasons why, and we've seen this with other institutions and other things, the challenges that come with proper names. The idea of honoring, and in this instance, I want to be clear because it's part of the importance of speaking of mental health, is about a student who completed suicide. Unfortunately, we have those incidents from time to time, and one of the first questions I always ask Mr. Meyer when I find out about that is, what else could we have done? What else was this person someone that we knew needed help? Where else could we go? So our policy around this is there for a good reason, and it's important that we follow our policy. But when we think about living memorials to people, it's part of the actions that we take as a district to try to support students, right? And that's where I'm incredibly proud of the work of the district team, of our well-being department in particular, our board mental health and well-being committee, to really examine what we are doing to try to support students at every level, whether it's listening and understanding and peeking under the hood of these things, so that we are able to try to help and prevent whatever we can, so that we're able to give people support, even if it's not close to suicidal ideation, but in terms of just help with the day-to-day stresses and all of those sorts of things. So I know the board appreciates the sentiment of the community greatly in wanting to honor a student this way. Again, it doesn't fit within the way we do this, but the idea of trying to do everything we can to support students, to bring that to life, to me is a living memorial to helping those students. So I really want to thank the people that brought forward that idea, because it's an important one. But we're going to continue to do the work that we can to make sure that we're protecting students and frankly, everybody in the community on a daily basis. So I appreciate you calling that out a little bit. I just wanted to put a little bit of a finer point on it, because there were a lot of people that were talking about that, but it for an important reason, and it's really just about channeling that in the way that we can be most effective to help people. So, okay, great. Well, anything else from Ms. Davis?
Thanks for the history lesson.
You're welcome.
See,
Okay.
you learn a lot.
Learn a lot. That's good. All right, well, then we will move to our board action item, which is the name. So I will ask if anybody has a nomination for one of the proposed names.
Yeah, I would like to move to propose Deer Haven Elementary School. Looking at all of these, I think it's the one that I felt the most immediate connection because of the preservation park that's already here. Mill Run, I felt, was a little confusing perhaps because there's also a very prominent Mill Run area in Hilliard, so I wouldn't want there to be sort of confusion there. And just between Deer Haven and Riverstone, I feel like Deer Haven really captures that local connection, especially being so close to Deer Haven and Deer Haven Park. And I know that the preservation parks are such a big part of the community and why people move to Delaware County as well, and the things they enjoy on the weekends and after school and things like that. So I think it would be really great to incorporate all that into our new elementary school.
That's great. Thank you so much. Any other motions for different names? Anybody? All right, I'm hearing that. So I will now entertain a motion to approve the name Deer Haven Elementary School for Elementary 18. May I have, well, you made the motion, so do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none. Mr. Jenkins?
Dr. Daberco?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Ms. Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Rellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes. All right, there we go. So we have our elementary 18 names.
Just so we're clear, there's no like hunting up there, is there?
No, we're not Worthington.
Jeez. Deer Haven,
All right.
right by the hunting.
I did say that my dogs will have a very strong perspective on this because they have very specific feelings about deer.
Is that the only school now that already has their mascot? Because are you going to have, what are they going to be? The
I mean,
There's a whole process.
Mighty Ducks.
So TBD, but it appears.
I've heard local movement for hedgehogs.
Axolotls, maybe? Yeah.
I didn't say a thing.
All right, so our next
represent you as well.
our next board action item is the authorization to create the cybersecurity program pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 9.64C, which Mr. Sexton detailed so well. May I have a motion to authorize that?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none, Mr. Jenkins.
Dr. Wallach?
yes.
Ms. Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Rellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Daberco?
Yes.
All right, so, and we should have worked this out, but this is part of the new thing. So
This is
would
the
you,
time.
if you would prefer, we can pull out the first action item.
Yes.
Okay, so Ryan, so I guess let me officially do that. Ryan, go ahead and present, and then we'll call for that to be pulled
Sure.
out.
Board members, as per usual this evening, we have a slate of action items.
that are originally to be considered as one single motion and action, unless someone would like a item or items to be pulled out and voted upon separately. Item A, which is the acceptance or approval of the master contract with Meta for the 26-27 school year. Item B, the restated minutes from December 16th. Item C, the minutes from March 10th. Item D, the minutes from March 16th. Item E, the minutes from March 23rd. Item F, the minutes from March 24th. Item G, the minutes from March 26th. And then ultimately, if we would like those pulled out separately, please let me know, and I can do that now.
As I said, we met a lot the past one. So Mr. Rellinger has asked that item A be pulled out, so we'll vote on item A separately, and then would anybody else like any other action items pulled out separately?
Sorry.
No?
Is H is part of that as well, the consent items? Or is that separate?
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, no, you're good. So,
And earlier, I wasn't trying to, if you feel more comfortable, minutes could be pulled out separately as well, but I don't know.
Yeah, if we lump
that
the
you
minutes together into one
yeah, we'll just
and
take
leave
A out.
A separate, that would be fine.
So,
Yeah. So we'll vote on A first, and then we'll vote on B through G.
Current B through G.
Yeah, current B through G.
okay, so
which
hold
will
on.
become
So we
A.
want A pulled as a separate action item.
Right.
Unless you want me to completely rearrange the agenda, can we do the consent first? Because the
Sure. Yeah, that's
separate
fine.
action is after that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So what I have now then, let me make sure I got it straight, would be to motion and by one single action, approve item A, minutes from December 16th. Item B, minutes from March 10th. Item C, minutes from March 16th. Item D, minutes from March 23rd. Item E, minutes from March 24th. Item F, minutes from March 26th. Those would all be presented as one single consent agenda with one action and motion unless, well, we've already pulled out what we're going to pull out.
And so nobody wants to pull any others out, so I'll entertain a motion to approve those 6 items as a single slate of consent action items.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Right, hearing none. Mr. Jenkins.
Okay. Ms. Schreiber.
Yes.
Mr. Rellinger.
Abstain.
Mr. Lester.
Yes.
Dr. Daberco.
Yes.
Dr. Wallach.
Yes.
All right, so now, Mr. Jenkins, if you want to present the remaining action.
Yes. So this evening, as per usual, just our standard contract that we get each year, Meta provides the Schedule I, Schedule II fees, and then the master service agreement.
Yep, so I'll entertain a motion to approve this as a standalone action item.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Rellinger.
Yes.
Mr. Lester.
Yes.
Dr. Daberco.
Yes.
Dr. Wallach.
Yes.
Ms. Schreiber.
Yes.
If you would have voted abstain there, I would have. All right, Mr. Meyer, if you want to present the superintendent consent action items.
Thank you, Mr. Lester. Board members, I recommend approval of the following superintendent consent action items A through H. A, specific human resource items administrative. B, specific human resource items certified staff. C, specific human resource items classified staff. D, specific human resource items classified substitutes. E, specific human resource items supplemental. F, approval of students for early graduation. G, recommend acceptance of a quote for CPM middle school math adoption. And H, approve business and management items, which again include declare transportation as impractical for students. Recommend acceptance of a quote for chief operations officer to negotiate terms to execute a contract with Heiberger Paving. Approve the purchase of 4 gators from Voss Brothers. Approve 2 drainage easements, north and south, with the county commissioners of Delaware County, again for elementary 18 site. Recommend acceptance of a bid and approval to enter into a contract with Levitate Plus Flooring Systems for district flooring improvements, and to approve a resolution authorizing the treasurer to enter into a lease purchase agreement with Hewlett-Packard for the lease and purchase of computer and technology equipment. I'm asking you to approve these items by one single action and vote unless you'd like to discuss any of these items separately.
Would anyone like to discuss any of these items separately? I would just note, I think Levitate Plus was where they got the flooring in Harry Potter, so that's fun. All right, well then, I'll now entertain a motion to approve these as a single slate of consent action items.
So moved.
A second? All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Dr. Dabberco?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Ms. Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Rellinger?
Yes.
All right, the work continues. I will now entertain a motion to enter into executive session as permitted by Revised Code Section 121.22G3 for the purpose of conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that is subject of pending or imminent court action. I will just note that we will only be coming back to adjourn, not to take any substantive action items. May I have a motion to enter into executive session?
So moved.
And a
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, Mr. Jenkins.
Dr. Dabberco?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Ms. Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Rellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes. All right, thank you all.
Exactly.
All right,
that's
we ready?
And
All
fake
right,
ours.
it is 10:40 PM. We are back from executive session. I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Rellinger?
Yes.
Dr. Wallach?
Yes.
Dr. Dabrico?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Ms. Schreiber?
Yes.
All right, we are adjourned.
It was so fun.